Hello, friends. Welcome to Sunday Sprints. I hope that you guys are doing well. I imagine we'll have a little bit of a light crowd today because I know that this morning is the end of Face Off for the Amazing Readathon. So um, I almost didn't do sprints this morning, but I missed you guys a couple weeks ago because of some plans that came up with friends. And so I didn't want to miss today. But I do plan on just hanging out with you guys, chilling out, reading some books. I do have a um, so I have a book off to the side that you could see with Ancillary Justice that I'm going to be reading with Anne Leckie. That's what I'm currently reading via audio. But I will be reading a secret book that I can't talk to you guys about because it's a Battle of the Booktubers book. It's my last Battle of the Booktubers book because the championship round is happening next month and I am running behind. So I will be reading some of that today as well. And I'll tell you, I won't tell you guys the title, but I might tell you guys like how I'm feeling about the book in general. So that's kind of what I have planned today. I'll be doing some cleaning of the house as well. So little things like that. But let me know what you guys are up to, what you guys plan to get up to today in the comments. If you guys are uh, participating in TAR, let me know what you're reading. I know that this weekend I did not participate in Face Off weekend. I've just been doing sightseeing for my team. I was going to participate in Face Off, but I just can't. I can't do that many reads at once. And so I just decided to kind of chill out and read a couple of books on the side and not rush myself too much, especially with Battle of the Booktubers coming up. I've had some planning as well because of Battle of the Booktubers coming up in July. All of the competitors have been putting in their videos as they get them done, and so I have to pre-watch and then like kind of make a plan for the month. So that's what I have been doing this weekend. But I do know that at least the TAR Discord that I've been in has been popping. So I hope that you guys have been having fun if you guys are participating. I see Jen in the comments. Good morning, Jen. It's early here, but I'm getting tea. That sounds lovely. I woke up earlier than I wanted to this morning for a couple of reasons. Andy was one of them. Um, but yeah, I woke up and had some cereal and just kind of sat on the couch and chilled out for a little bit prior to sprints. But I hope your morning's going well. And Tennille is here. Hello, Tennille. Oh, just finished Spy Family 8. So one of the sightseeing books that I did, I was originally planning on doing this for Face Off because I have, I think, the first 4 volumes of Night of the Living Cat. I did want to read some manga this weekend, and this was very fun. I'd never heard of this prior to TAR. Well, not prior to TAR, but like prior to, I don't know, maybe a couple months ago, someone put it on my radar. And it's about essentially an apocalypse where everyone turns into cats instead of turning into zombies. So that has been fun. I need to get back to Spy Family. I think if I remember correctly, I'm on the 3rd, but I think I want to reread the first 2. Spy Family I read during Get a Clue, I believe, when we had I don't remember what it was called, but we had kind of a weekend similar to Face Off. Um, and I read a lot of manga that weekend, but I can't remember how far I got in Spy Family. I really enjoyed it. So I hope you're liking it, Tennille. I really hope you like it because since you've gotten to volume 8. Might listen to some audio next. What audio will you be listening to? Is it a book that you've been waiting on? Yeah, we hope you're well as well. Hope the weekend's going great. Yes, I am too. I'm so excited. I have some things up my sleeve for you guys, that's a little different this year than the past seasons because it's the championship round. I'm pulling out all the punches. So, I hope that it will be a fun time. I've been, a little stressed, but I think it's gonna be fun, especially with the group of champions that we have. I think the live show is gonna be really entertaining. Um, and I have I'll give you guys a little bit of a sneak peek. On June 24th, I'll put out a video kind of explaining the differences between Battle of the Booktubers, the championship round versus the regular round. But one of the things that I've added onto the championship round is a masked booktuber. That's all I'll say about that. I'll give you guys more details later. Yes, I am so excited. I think it's gonna be great. I'm I'm especially excited to see, so not all of the videos, I don't have access to all the videos yet, but the ones I do have access to have been a lot of fun to watch. Did sightseeing instead of face-off competition books. Yeah, I I have participated in a couple of things similar to face-off, um, in the past, and I just don't do well with it. I feel like the books I read on weekends like that, I don't remember, and most of the books on my TBR, are books that I want to read. So I would like to remember them. I don't just wanna speed through them, and part of that is just because of, um, the speed in which I read. I'm a slow reader, so I do like to kind of be able to sit with my books a little bit, but I enjoy the chaos, like, I enjoy watching the chaos. Loving the Pathfinder non-competitive team. I'm so glad that Bree added that this year. I think it's been great. I really appreciate the fact that a lot of readathons are kind of going towards being more inclusive with people who don't want to be on a competitive team. Oh, here's Andy. I don't know that I want you on my lap today, bud. I have pants that your claws could tear through. He's got a little bit of a snaggle claw that he's dealing with right now. Can you sit down? Oh, not my keyboard. Oh, the life of living with a cat. I'm trying to give you some room, bud. But yeah, so let's see, what was I saying? Oh, non-competitive aspects of readathons. I think it's good to have that option. I'm sorry, guys. All you can see is Andy. Or maybe I shouldn't apologize. Maybe that's what you're here for. You're here to see Andy. He's the star of the show. Um, but yeah, I appreciate that aspect of Battle of the Booktubers. I think it's or not Battle of the Booktubers of the Amazing Readathon. I think it's been a good addition this year. Yes, me too. I am liking Spy Family. It's fun. I read 7. Oh my goodness, 7 on Friday and 8 today. Oh, okay, not 7 volumes. You read volume 7 on Friday and 8 today. I also do think that I need to get better whenever I pick up manga of reading them, of not binge reading them per se, but like reading them quicker in succession. I was talking to Leander about this yesterday with Cat Cat from the Other World and the Forgotten Witch. It's a really long title, but I liked volume 1 and volume 2, but I read those really close together. And then when I read volume 3, I felt a little lost and I didn't enjoy it as much. So I think I need to get better about reading them closer together so I can enjoy the story more, or rereading, I guess. Kirsten is here. Hello, Kirsten. Welcome. I hope that you're doing well. Just got to the Shire yesterday when I finished The Goblin Emperor, one of my first recs I bought from you. I loved it. Oh my goodness. Maya makes me want to hold his hand and tell him it's going to be, or he's doing a good job. Oh, I love this for you, Jen. I'm so glad you liked it. I was thinking about that book this morning. One of the books that I'm reading currently is has similar vibes. I don't think it lives up to the level of The Goblin Emperor, but I think that that's kind of what it probably aspired to be. I love that book. It's such a cozy book, and it's not something I think I would have anticipated being cozy. So I'm glad you liked it. I love Maya. Are you planning? You'll have to let me know. Are you gonna read the little novellas afterwards? Did you enjoy Thara Kelleher's character from The Goblin Emperor? Because if you did, you should definitely read the novellas. They're great. Yes, I'm excited. I think it's gonna be great. Face Off and Sightseeing books all go in the same place anyway this year. I'm liking that. Even the competitive teams are less frantic than last year. Yeah, I remember because I didn't participate last year, but I remember Face Off weekend last year, and I wanna say I think Leandra and I were just talking about this the other night. I think she read 23 books that weekend. So I remember the chaos, that ensued because I had joined a couple of sprints last year as well, and everyone did seem to be, like, frantically picking up books. Yes. I know that you guys love him. I love him too. He's just sometimes a little bit of a menace when he wants to be. He's the beloved guest star indeed. I just read 2 volumes, yeah. Oh my goodness, Beatrice. Hello, friend. Long time no see. I hope you're doing well. Everyone's saying hello to each other. Currently premiering the level 3 of the readathon I host with Laura, but we'll be here in a minute. Aw, oh my goodness, I didn't realize you had a premiere this morning. Well, I hope it's going well. Hello, Hillary. Welcome. Oh my goodness, you finished the Book of Doors 2 days ago, and it's your best book of the year. Eee! I think I saw you, comment on that video, but did you know that the author of the Book of Doors has an anticipated release coming out in, I think it's August? It's called the Society of Unknowable Objects. It's a fantasy mystery, and I can't wait. I need to read, I need to reread the Book of Doors, but I'm glad that you loved it. Ah, that's so great. I love that book. Lender, the gender depiction in the sci-fi world, it's so interesting. Is it the ancillary justice? Is that what you're talking about, Ro? I haven't gotten super far into it yet. I think I'm about 10%, but I think I know what you're talking about. The I don't even know what to call the main character. But they are in ancillary, and she does talk about the and I've she talks about the um like, having to understand the different cultures that she's in and how they represent gender and how best to be, um it's almost like a I can't remember the word, but they have to learn the culture essentially that they're sitting in to figure out how best to address people, and even, like, the differences in addressing children versus addressing adults, and then, there's, like, if the culture that she's in has, like, a caste system as well. Yeah, it's been interesting so far. So, I will say I've reread a couple of chapters because I wasn't quite sure what was happening, but I am enjoying it. Oh, I'm glad it's going well, Beatrice. We'll continue on about 30 pages in, and I knew it was for me. I ordered the Broken Binding set, 2 novellas, and the Tomb of Dragons. I love it. Yes, I'm so excited. Yay. I didn't realize I don't think I knew that Broken Binding had a set of the 2 novellas. Hmm, I might have to look at that, although I already own them. Although I will say, I am frustrated with, so The Witness for the Dead and The Grief of Stones don't match. Like, the paperback editions that I got, one of them, I think The Grief of Stones is, like, really short compared not really short, but, like, maybe half an inch shorter than The Witness for the Dead, and I'm hoping that The Tomb of Dragons matches one of them. I'm not exactly sure why they're different sizes, but it could be nice to have a set. Yay! Me too. I'm really excited about it. I think it's gonna be great. And I'm trying not to get my hopes way high because I know sometimes you could make, a book not do well because of that. I'm trying real hard not to do that. Cross stitching a bit and trying to finish Down and Dusted. Interesting. I've never heard of that book. But cross stitching, I think that's new for you. How are you liking it? Unless I missed it before, but that's fun. I've never done anything cross stitching, but I always find it fascinating. I like to see what patterns people choose. I got discounted copies of Witness for the Dead and Grief of Stones. I just need to be in the right mood to read them. Yes, I'm very much a mood reader. I 100% agree, though, to Neil with those, but because they are so slow and plodding, and you kind of have to be because of the language that's in them. It's very immersive, and if you're wanting like something quick and snappy, if that's what mood you're in, definitely not for those. Hello, Lucina. How are you? I hope that you are doing well. It's nice to see you. Hoping to finish The Witness for the Dead today. It's been great. Oh, I'm so glad you're liking it. I love that book. I liked The Grief of Stones more. I think that's my favorite so far. I haven't read, or no, I have. I read Tomb of Dragons. I've forgotten what I've read already. I did read Tomb of Dragons earlier this year, and I think Grief of Stones is my favorite, which is weird because it's the middle book in the novella series, but I think it's my favorite. I'm gonna have to reread them, like, closer, together to really make sure that that's my favorite, but I'm pretty sure it is. I loved Witness for the Dead, though. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Oh, no, you're sick in bed. Oh, yes, get some rest, friend. Don't stress yourself out. Thanks for popping in. My copies don't match in height either, such a nuisance. The center spires don't match either. Why? Why do publishing companies do this? I know that, on BookTube, we talk about this a lot, but I don't understand. What benefit is there obviously, like, a shorter copy, as long as it's not wider, is gonna be cheaper to produce because it's less materials, but then why not just make all of them shorter? Why, like, it and it's the same. I'm pretty sure it's the same publisher. 'Cause that's another thing, like, I do understand if, like, a book trades or, like, a series trades publishers and then maybe they don't print in the same, size as the other publishers, but if it's printed by the same publisher, why are we not keeping the size the same? It's very frustrating to me. Yeah, I don't understand. I would love to be a fly on the wall when things like that are decided, and if someone brought it to someone's attention, like, if it was just, like, a fluke, like, someone pressed a button somewhere and said, "This is what we're printing," and that's not actually the size of the original book, and if they caught it or if it was a purposeful decision. Butcher switched publishers, so that one makes more sense, but still annoying. Is Butcher the publisher of the Cinder Spires? Because that's Cinder Spires starts with Cinder, right? That's the Cinderella retelling, if I remember correctly. The novella and the book 2 are the same publisher, and they don't match. Yeah, I don't get it. It makes me mad. Not a fan of Cinder Spires book 2 cover. I adore cover 1. I don't know that I know the cover of book 2, so I'll have to look it up. It's like that weird decision for the Dandelion Dynasties books in the first US edition where the spine is different on the 4th book. Yeah, that annoys me too. Why? Oh, yes. I'm with you now, Tennille. Jim Butcher. Okay. I guess I didn't realize that series was called The Cinder Spires because Aeronaut's Windlass is on my TBR. But okay, I didn't realize that was the name. Um, I didn't realize that was the name of the series. Those are different sizes? Well, noted. I'll have to make sure. I haven't read them yet, so I don't know if I wanna own them yet, but oh, the Lunar Chronicles, thank you. Okay. I'm straight now. Thanks. 3 are the author name and then title, and then the 3rd is reversed. Yeah, I don't get it. And why wouldn't they want them all to be the same? I don't It doesn't make sense to me in a selling standpoint because a lot of people who purchase books people who are purchasing books typically have a place to put them, which means they're going to put them on display, and that doesn't make any sense that you wouldn't want them to match. I also feel this way, which I think this is a money gimmick. I don't the different sizes and the, like, different spines really don't make sense to me. The changing of covers mid-series, that I feel like is a money gimmick because then, like, they could potentially republish the first book and then other people have to go out and buy the first book again in order to have the matching covers. That angers me as well. I think the publishing industry just needs to take a minute. Hello, Nadeem. Welcome. Good morning. You are just in time for a sprint because we have gotten to the end of the comments, my friends. And so we are going to go into our first sprint. We're going to do hour-long sprints as normal. I got a couple more comments. It's another reason why I bought a much nicer set of the Blackwells that has the graphics across the spine. And that set, if I remember correctly, are you talking about the Dandelion Dynasties, the one that's like green, kind of, it's like a light pastel colors on it? That set is beautiful. So, I like I didn't enjoy the Grace of Kings. I didn't hate it, but it wasn't like an all-time favorite. But I did consider after like when I was reading it, I was like, if I really love this, I want that set because that it's beautiful. Cinder Spires changed covers, but that change came with the change of the publisher. They went from mass market to trade size and changed the covers. New covers are much nicer. And I mean, that's nice when that I understand because they are changing publishers. And so I understand that they would want to change the marketing. And if it's better, great. I hate it when, like, for instance, the Darker Shades of Magic by V. Schwab, those covers got changed, and I like the original ones. I know that I don't mind the new ones either, and I think on the new series, the Threads of Power series, that is like the companion series or whatever to it, I think it's fine to have those new ones, and I like the color scheme and everything, but I specifically bought, like, a collector's edition of the original ones because I wanted the original covers. So, currently reading The Prodigal Summer. I hope you're enjoying it. Yeah, I agree. Dirty dealing for sure. This one I'm mad at. I'm because I like the original cover. I know a lot of people are like, "Ah, it's basic and, it doesn't it gets I don't know, they wanted more detail or something." I don't like the new covers. I don't, like, hate them, but I wanted, like, the plain and I know that they're the second book, they're not gonna match the cover that I have. And I'm not going to buy the other cover. I refuse. Hello, Natalie. Finishing Martyr. Surprised at how much I'm loving it. Oh, I'm glad you're loving it. It's always fantastic when you enjoy your books. Then they delayed the paperback release. Yep. UK publisher kept the Schwab original design. Well, that's lucky. I didn't realize that. I mean, I have my copies now, but yeah, I was upset when they changed those covers because I hadn't read the books yet, and so I didn't want to purchase them yet. Um, but yeah, after I read the first one, I was like, I need to own the series, and I went and had to like deep dive for a collector's edition. Well, friends, we are going to go into a sprint. So I hope that you can go off and be productive. I will see you guys in an hour. Welcome back. How did that sprint go for you guys? Let me know what you got done. Oh, and Andy is back. um, so I read most of that sprint. I read my Battle of Booktuber book. I got to 85%. And yeah, I I do think that it's starting to get a little repetitive, which it it's something that I've noticed, about the book, like, early on, and it's not something I hate. I just think now I'm noticing it more, um, and I don't know if that's because it's more repetitive or just because it's a pattern I've recognized. And so now my brain is like, every time it happens, I'm like, "Oh, I've seen this before." But I am enjoying it, so that's good. I also got to 14% of ancillary justice. Because I finished a chapter in my Battle of the Booktubers book and then moved on to Ancillary Justice, and I think in the next sprint, that's probably what I'm gonna do because I will probably start cooking lunch in the next sprint, and so I'll be listening to my audio instead of reading physically. But, so far so good. It's been productive morning. Let's see, we ended here. And my cat's being so good about not pestering for breakfast since I'm up early. He must still be tired. It's funny, they go in moods. Um, I don't know. Andy didn't bother me this morning for food either. I don't know if he had other things on his mind. He's usually like first thing in the morning as soon as I start moving around in bed. So I, I understand this, Jen. Hello, Mindy. Good morning. Going to be reading The Empire's Silence by Christopher Rucchio and The Dragon's Path by Daniel Abram. I loved The Empire of Silence. I actually need to reread that book. I think I waited too long to continue the series. I read Empire of Silence and Howling Dark and enjoyed both of them. But then I got to the third book, which I don't remember what it's titled. Kingdom or it's Demon in White. Kingdom of Death is the fourth book, but Demon in White is where I got like halfway through it. I was like, I don't understand anything that's happening because I've forgotten the story, so I need to reread it. In The Dragon's Path, Daniel Abram. I feel like I've seen his name on books before, but I can't. I don't. I'm not going to remember the. I feel like the book that I remember seeing him on looked like almost a desolated city, but I don't think that that's The Dragon's Path. Well, I hope that you're enjoying them. I know Empire of Silence is a big chonker. Hello, Vanessa. Good morning. Good morning, Katie. I see in your next post that you did you did tell me your name. I appreciate it. uh, I woke up late, but I was up late last night writing. I'm going to finish Designed with Love by Tracy Peterson and then write more of my novel. Lovely. That's amazing. I hope that you're enjoying the process. I know that sometimes it can be stressful. I have not written anything myself, but I always am amazed by what authors create. So it's good to take a little break. Going to finish reading another book and then jump back into it. Hello, Julie. Good morning. I have done zero reading, but I did bake a ginger cake. Hey, this is successful. I wish we lived closer because then I would come over and join you for some ginger cake because that sounds delicious. Finished a cup of coffee and read 12 pages. Wonderful. Submitted the last book I finished, but that was mostly a booktube sprint. I need to catch up always. Yesterday, I was on my computer from 11:30 in the morning to 3 o'clock watching. Now, part of that was Battle of Booktubers. I was watching some of the videos that have been submitted, but some of it that was BookTube as well. There's just too many good creators out there, and you want to support everybody, but there's only so little time, or so much time in the day. But I'm glad that you got a little bit of, or a little bit caught up. Oh my goodness, I can't speak. 41 pages into Danger at Dead Man's Pass, a middle grade mystery in the Adventures on Train series. Oh, fun. I wonder if Leandra knows about that because I know that she likes a mystery on a train. I read 32 pages of Empires of Silence after getting my coffee made. Wonderful. My first time reading, well, my only time reading that book, I was on vacation, and I remember because we were on vacation, like, on a beach, and I remember vividly sitting the area that we were sitting in, or the area that we stayed in, we had, like, a little condo, and it was directly on the beachfront, so you could see the ocean from, like, the couch, but my husband and the couple that we traveled with were like, "Are you gonna come and, like, walk with us on the beach or, like, go and actually enjoy the outside?" And I really just wanted to sit and read my book. Fantastic series with really excellent illustrations. I love that. That enhanced the mystery. The child main character is an artist. Oh, and they're his drawings. He travels with an uncle. That sounds wonderful, Jen. I love when I not only do I like illustrations in books, even in adult novels, but I love it when it's the actual, like, fictional characters' artwork. I think that that's so fun to put that in a story. I think it just brings the characters to life. Reading so many chunky books this summer, I'm feeling like reading lots and lots of sci-fi and fantasy series at the moment. I love this mood for you, Mindy. I also plan on reading a lot of chunky books this summer due to some of the Battle of Booktubers. I did have a lot of chunky books recommended to me, and so putting in the ones that were already kind of like in my want to read, like my TBR, I'd been hesitant about putting some of them in because I already had other kind of obligations to read, and so I'm excited now that Battle of the Booktubers is coming to an end that I can put in some of those chunkier reads. Yes, Andy came to say hello. It was very short-lived. He's sitting on the floor next to me like, we're not good enough for him right now. If we live closer, it would be so fun, it would be. I know, I'm kind of, as far as I know, I am, like, states away from the nearest booktuber that I am friends with. So, and, we're an ocean away, but it would be fun. This book this book they're passing through France, with most of the books set in Germany at the Harz Mountains. It made me wanna grab a passport and go to Europe. I love that. Especially because here in the States, we don't have I mean, we have trains, but they're not as common as they are, in Europe, and so it is very fun to read from that perspective and then feel like, "Oh, I wanna go and kind of experience that life." We have one train here that will go to well, I shouldn't speak on that too much because I don't know for a fact, but I'm pretty sure we have one train that will go, like, across state and then to, another large city in another state, but it's not commonly used. So it would be fun to be able to live somewhere where mass transit and trains were just the norm. Um, yeah. So I understand the the thought of wanting to get your passport and just go and see the sights. My stream is behind. I'm currently reading Spy Family 12 and Starling House. Wonderful. I hope that you're enjoying Spy Family. I have not read well, I've only read the first 2, but I really did enjoy what I have read. I need to get back to the series. And Starling House, that's by Alex E. Haro, right? I've heard good things about that. I hope you're enjoying it. They took you seriously about loving long books. They did. We'll talk about it on the live show, but at the very, very beginning of Battle of the Booktubers, we I went through and calculated like my average page count. And yeah, it definitely showed in the recommendations that I received that they took that to heart that I enjoy chunky reads, which is good. That's the one I'm enjoying it very much. Very mysterious. I haven't read anything by have I? Alex E. Haro. There's the book that was very, very popular a couple of years ago. It's like a white cover and then it has like a ribbon going across it. I can't remember the name of it, but that was on my list for a while. I'm a little hesitant because I feel like let me actually, I'm just going to pause and look up the book because I feel like I've heard, is it Starling House that maybe is YA? No, it doesn't say that it's YA. I feel like I was hesitant for some reason to pick it up, but you'll have to let me know at the end, how you like it, Julie, and I might consider picking it up. I do wanna give that author a try at some point in time. I wanna find the right book. I'm trying to think, what was the other one called? The Once and Future Witches. That's the one that I had looked at picking up originally. Oh, and The 10,000 Doors of January, that was also on my TBR. But yeah, I haven't picked anything up by them yet. I would like to, though. I felt for you when you didn't have the right books for your trip. That's the worst. The trip looked amazing. A lovely holiday. I'm pleased I took Jurassic Park, so I had one decent book. Yeah, that's so that always sucks too, because you have, like, grand plans in your mind for I mean, we wanna enjoy all the books that we read, and sometimes it just doesn't work out, but especially when you're on vacation because you can't trade them out. I read the first 2 books in the Long Price Quartet, which I loved by Daniel Abram. Plus, I've read 2 books that are out of the Kithamar trilogy and the first 3 books in The Expanse. I gotta figure out what book I'm thinking of with him. Daniel Abram or Abraham. And it could be I just have the author completely wrong. But I feel like and this is not the right author. Let me see. The Long Price Quartet. I'll look that up instead. Long Price Quartet. I feel like there was a book that he had written that had, like, a desolated city on the front of it, but maybe I'm thinking of the wrong author because I don't see it anywhere. Well, I'm glad that you're enjoying your books. I might have to look into him. I'm gonna leave his books up, and I'll look through his list. You would think I finished one of those series, but I decided to start the Dagger and Coin series by him instead. I love his stories. Hey, start as many series as you want, keep a list, and that just means you have more options later on, right? As as I try and, meet my yearly goal, I'm trying to finish 10 series, and then I want to continue as many series as I start. And I think right now I'm doing okay on that side of things, like continuing as many series as I start. But on the finishing series, I think I've only finished 3 series this year. I've started like 10, more than 10. So I understand. I'm with you in heart, Mindy. I really enjoyed Once and Future Witches, but I haven't read Doors yet. Yeah, keep me posted. I need to I'm just leery. I don't know why I'm leery, and I because of that, I wanna make sure that I pick the book that sounds the most interesting to me. Starling House, though, has it's fantasy horror, and I have really enjoyed that genre blend recently, so that might be the one that I need to start with. Um, we'll see. Well, as I said before, I think on this sprint, because it's getting close to 11 a.m. here, and we like to eat lunch a little early. I do think I probably will be cooking lunch on the next sprint, which means I'll be listening to Ancillary Justice while I do that. And then after I eat lunch, I'll be back on camera. But for a little bit, you'll just have my profile picture to keep you guys company. But I hope that the sprint is um, productive for you. Go and get a snack, take care of yourselves, get some water. And yeah, we're gonna go for another hour-long sprint. I'm excited about ancillary justice. I've had fun with it so far, but I'm still really confused. I did look up the main character's name because I couldn't tell you guys what it was in the last sprint. Breck, I think. Yeah, it's Breck. It's not sticking with me. So, um, I don't know what that says about the book. I think it's really just I don't know if it's first person or if I'm just not paying attention to names. It's been good so far. It's definitely interesting. I think I've been a little confused So I didn't read the synopsis going into this book, which is probably why I just got dropped into the universe and figuring it out. And we have two different timelines that we're following, and I'm only like 14% in, so this is not like spoilery for anyone who hasn't read it. But we have this ancillary justice AI robot thing that is connected to a spaceship, um, and she ends up finding an old colleague, an old human colleague, and that human colleague has been beaten, and she has some type of she's an interaction with the people who beat her, and then she's trying to heal her, and then she's trying to get somewhere. She's got a mission of some sort. And then we have the other timeline, which is like 19 years in the past, like prior to this event that's happened, where she's more like the main character, Breck, the ancillary justice robot, is more in her like element. She has like 20 other ancillary robots that she can see out of their head because I think she is like the brain behind the movement of all of these robots. Um, so that's really interesting. Learning about all the different cultures. Ro mentioned this earlier. There's like some talk of like how different planets that they go to would have different cultural understandings and expectations surrounding gender roles, which has been interesting to learn from her perspective. But yeah, it's a very vast story. So I am intrigued, but I'm a little lost as well. Hopefully that alleviates as the story goes on. Because I'm okay with being confused as long as I get answers in the end. It was a shampoo brand many years ago. Well, hopefully this robot didn't turn into shampoo. Hopefully that was not her fate. It is funny when you see names like that where you recognize, what they have become, not necessarily from the storylines. I think this one, it's spelled Breq, so I'm just assuming it's pronounced Breck, but maybe it's not. So yeah. Well, I'm gonna go find out more about Breck. I hope that you guys are successful, in this sprint. I will see you guys back here in an hour. Hello, everyone. Welcome back from that sprint. Let me know how you guys did, what you guys got up to. I cooked dinner, or not dinner. I cooked lunch. I made some barbecue chicken sliders with uh, potato salad and some chips, and then I had a cookie for dessert. So it was yummy. I also had some strawberry lemonade. I don't often keep anything like other drinks in the fridge. We just I have water. Um, but I splurged a little bit this week and bought some Simply Lemonade because they have like a strawberry lemonade one that I really like. So I had some of that for lunch as well. It was good. I got to, let's see, 23% of ancillary justice. And we now know what her mission is. We don't know why she's on this mission. Um, so that's interesting. And I'm still a little confused. They're the names of some of the people that we're dealing with are very similar, and so I'm having a hard time because I'm only listening on audio, I'm having a hard time separating some of the characters. But then also I did so it is in first person, which is why I was having a hard time remembering the main character's name, because it's said very infrequently. But it did get brought up in conversation at some point, and it is Breck, so that is how they pronounce it. But I'm enjoying it so far. I think it's fun. Um, I definitely think I it's taking me longer to get into it on audio. I think reading it physically probably would have been a better decision, but I'm not like disliking the audio experience. I think that because of the character names and because there's so much to like the world building aspect of it, that the audio is a little harder for me to follow. But I think once I get, even further in, things are going to start clicking. So, but yeah, let us see. Leandra is here. Hello, Leandra. And yeah, how's Face Off weekend been? Christina is also here. Hello, Christina. Yes, with the good recommendation to make sure that we're keeping ourselves hydrated. I like these reminders. Let's see. Lots of hellos. Been good, but busy. Not because of reading, unfortunately. Oh no. I understand, friend. Hello, Yelena. Joining a bit late. No worries. My nephew just went home. Finally with some uninterrupted reading time. Lovely. I have two books on my currently reading, and I feel like I want to add another. Hey, I'm not going to prevent you from adding another to your currently reading. I am not the person to help with that goal, friend. If you want to read another book, pick up another book. That's what I say. Read 60 pages of Witness for the Dead, so close to the end. My lunch is good. Is yummy. So, and I have enough for leftovers, which is lovely. So I won't have to. I don't know if it'll be a lunch item for this week because I kind of like to assemble the sandwich. Like I don't know that I want to take it and assemble it at work. So it might be like maybe a dinner item that we can have as leftovers sometime this week. But yeah, it was good. Read 47 pages of The Dragon's Path this sprint. And Mindy, I did look. So it's driving me nuts because I know that author, Abraham, and it's Age of Ash, which I think you said that you had read part of the Kithamar series. Age of Ash is the one that I was wanting to read. So you'll have to let me know, since you've read part of the Kithamar series, if you recommend it. Because yeah, that was the book I was thinking of. It doesn't when I look at the cover, I think it's a city. I can't really tell, like, part of it's in shadow, part of it's in light, and it looks like we're looking at maybe, like, a cliff face that has, a city in it. I can't it's not there's not a lot of detail, but, yeah, I was thinking that was, like, a desolated city. That's the book I was thinking of. Yes. I think you're gonna love that series. Lunch done, chores next. Yeah, I probably need to get some cleaning done. I definitely need to vacuum today. Um and then I need to go clean the kitchen after cooking lunch, so that will probably come in the next sprint. Chatted in the tar sprints a bit, had a snack, started the 3rd Wayfarers book. Lovely. Good heavens, I just saw the thumbnail for Rainy's vlog. The little gray beard on her kitten is so cute. Oh my goodness, I need to go look. Everyone's saying hello. Fed the cat, started a load of laundry, put away some dishes, got cleaned up. So only about 11 pages of reading. Hey, all of that's progress. We need those types of sprints for sure. I've just been neck deep in editing this weekend, so nothing serious slash stressful, but lots of me watching myself, which is always weird. I need to do this. This is probably going to be a task after sprints. It is Father's Day here in the States, and so I probably will go and see my dad at some point in time. But um, I need to edit. I need to edit my video. I actually need to film as well. I need to record my video for Tuesday. Um, and then I need to edit my Battle of the Booktuber stuff. I need to edit the Tuesday video. I have podcast stuff I need to edit. So I understand. It is definitely more fun. I can speak from experience now because I now edit things that have at least 2 people for the podcast. It's Leandra and I, but we also have like with Battle of the Booktubers, getting to edit like the sneak peeks and stuff like that. It's definitely more fun to edit when it's not you. Depending on it depends on the video too. Like there are certain videos that I'm like, oh, this is kind of fun, but most of the time, yeah, you're just like, okay, why are you talking so much? I can't get over Rocket's white paws. Is this Rainy's new kitten? I need to go see. I'm excited. It's just that the 2 currently readings are slower paced, and I want something faster now that will try and keep me turning pages, but I just can't decide on what. I'm the most indecisive person ever. If you have some options, we might be able to help you make a decision. I do understand. I often so before BookTube, and really even the first year I was on BookTube, I was primarily a person who would read 1 book at a time. Um, I don't know why, it's just always what I've done since I was little. And then when I got on BookTube, I started having the 3 different formats. So I'd have an audiobook, an ebook, and a physical book going at the same time, and it helped me separate the storylines. Um, but I found that I really liked being able to have options because sometimes you're just not in the mood for, a heavier read, or if you are like I think the main books that kind of convinced me I need to read more than 1 book at a time were Sanderson's, because his books are so long that, and I love Sanderson's books, don't get me wrong, but there's sometimes you're just like, okay, I just want to read about something else. Like I want to learn something new. I want to be in a different world. Like I need a little bit of a break. And so I think it's great to have options. Looking at the thumbnail on the slightly larger screen, I think it's the head tilt in the front, the on the front of the little white patch on her chest. But it's more fun to think of it as a gray beard. Okay, we're gonna pause for a minute because I need to see this thumbnail. Let us see. Ooh, why are my subscriptions not popping up? It's interesting. Did YouTube change the way it's set up? Hmm. Oh, I agree. I do think that it's her white chest, but it does look like a little beard. So cute. Oh, little kitties. When I do my edits, I can't believe how much past me had to say. So I think this on certain books, especially books that I hated. It is hilarious to me how much of a rant I will go on about certain things. Where like as I'm editing, I'm like, okay, I already said that. Just, maybe I didn't say it in a specific way. So yeah, it is fun to kind of see like what you are uh what you are willing to talk at length about. Rocket, if it's a boy, they don't quite know yet. And Roxy, if it's a girl. Oh, So cute. Aw, I love the little kitty paws. We've talked about getting a cat friend for Andy, but honestly, I've been the one telling Brian no because we have we already have Cooper. The dog and the cat get along quite well. But I do think that Andy would like a cat friend. I think he would like to be able to cuddle with somebody. Cooper is anxious enough that anytime Andy gets near him, he like kind of freaks out. And so they can't or won't cuddle together. But they do like we bought a big dog bed and Cooper's not very large. And so Cooper will lay on one corner and then Andy will lay on the other. But that very rarely happens because as soon as Andy will hop up onto the dog bed, Cooper will get out because he thinks that they can't both be in the same space at once. So I would like to get Andy a cat friend that he could cuddle with, but you just never know how your cat's gonna react to another cat. Need to read something I can finish in a day or 2 instead of a month. Hey, I understand. Uh-huh. Long book slash slow book breaks makes so much sense. Yeah, I agree. I've really enjoyed some of the novellas that I picked up this year. I think that it's convinced me. I love chunky reads, and I'm not ever gonna get away from them. Well, I don't know ever, but for right now, that's definitely where my heart lies, but I like having just a couple of options that are short and sweet, because it breaks it up, even though some of the short books I was gonna see if I could find it. I recently read a 3-hour audio that I really liked, and it was a middle grade. Oh, it was Crenshaw, um, and it was just really cute, and to be able to finish something in, like, an afternoon and then move on or move back to your other reads. I just think it's refreshing. Helps kind of reset your brain. Another 12 pages, wonderful. I hope you're enjoying it, Nadeem. Please help. Thinking, okay, House of Hollow, YA horror, Silver Elite, popular romantasy, The Honeys, also YA horror, and The Immortality Thief, sci-fi. Hmm. So, I've heard really good things about House of Hollow. I've never heard of The Immortality Thief, and I love that title, so I'm gonna look it up. I've been in a sci-fi mood recently. Oh, and it's sci-fi horror. I like that. The Immortality Thief is a ridiculously fun, fast-paced, seat of your pants read full of treasure hunts, traps, deadly enemies, betrayal, secrets, and mysterious aliens. I think that sounds fun. For me, let's see. I've heard good things about the Honeys too. Or is it The Honeys or just Honeys? For me, I think my choices would be between House of Hollow and The Immortality Thief, and I think I would put The Immortality Thief on top because I think it sounds interesting. That'd be my choice. Andy could be a fantastic cat mentor to a kitten. Yes, teach him all of his ways. The Honeys is one I've been wanting to pick up lately, so I would vote for that one. I have heard good things about it. Which of those choices is the most opposite from your current reads? Good question, Danielle. Also, because you did say I did look at The Immortality Thief is 600 pages. Because when you were saying you want something faster paced, I mean, maybe the pacing is faster, but maybe one of the other books is shorter. I think House of Hollows is pretty short. I think Silver Elite is a pretty chunky romantasy, isn't it? Let's see. Yeah, 528 pages. Let's see. Let's see what you have to say about which one's the most opposite to your currently reading. Tend to have books very different vibes on the go for palate cleansing purposes. Yeah, I think that's smart. Keeps things fresh. Ooh, my comments just jumped. Had the same reaction to The Immortality Thief. Never heard of it, but it sounds good. It does sound good. I'm adding that to my TBR. Personally, not a horror person, but The Immortality Thief sounds fun. I love like a treasure hunt and maps. I think it sounds Like The House of Hollows and The Honeys, really good YA horror novels. Lots of good things to say about those 2. I think I would choose The Honeys over House of Hollows, though. Interesting. Okay, everything is away from what you're currently reading. I'm in the middle of a romantasy, but it's very heavy on the fantasy, which is why I'm putting it off. I'm mostly reading them for the romance and a bit higher stakes. Okay. Are they? I don't know. You're asking the wrong person to kneel. You have a question about romantasy. I'm not your girl. I would think they would be short because most romances are short. But I guess I mean it's a fantasy romance, so you're world building on top of the romance. Yeah, I don't read very many of them, so I can't say. I mean, I guess if you think of like classic romantasy, like ACOTAR, those are all chunky. The one that we read for the podcast, The Games Gods Play, was 550 pages. So yeah, maybe you're right. So we're all over the map. So to Neil's theory of choosing maybe most helpful, this is true. I do think the treasure hunt sounds good. They look chunky in the videos. I also don't read many of them. Yeah. Um, I mean, I think if that is correct, which I can't say, but if they are mostly over 500 pages, my guess would be because the mesh of fantasy and romance that they have to do the world building. But our most romantic, no, I was gonna say our most romantic is slow burn, but that's not true. I always consider romantasy long, but that's because they have only brought me pain in the past. I feel this, friend. Think I'm gonna try The Immortality Thief since it sounds like it's the most fast paced of the options, but I'll switch if the YA horror or switch to the YA horror if I'm not feeling it. Thanks for the help. Yeah. Yeah, and, like, it is kind of fun. I've done this before where I just can't decide. I'll listen to, like, the first chapter or the first couple chapters of a whole bunch of books and just see which one grabs my attention. So you could try doing that. Reading short books for Tar, but that's short for a fantasy reader. Around 350 pages is short for me. I relate to this so hard, to Neil. Like, when I search for, like, short books that are on my TBR, the audiobooks are still like, I think the minimum is usually, like, 7 hours, and, like, average, it's around 10 to 12 hours, on an audiobook. So and that's if I'm looking for my short books. I did throw in for Tar, I threw in some middle grade that are shorter, but I understand. Good strategy, try it and see if it works, and if not, move on to something else. Exactly. Always time for another read, or not always, but there's always time to DNF and then go to another read. Well, friends, we are ready for another sprint, and this will be my last sprint. I'm sure I'll do some digging and see if I can find out who else is sprinting this afternoon. But yeah, so we're gonna go into our last or my last sprint of the afternoon. I hope that you guys are going to be productive. If not, take a break, give your brain a little bit of a break. I think for this sprint, I might move back to my Battle of the Booktubers book. I almost said the title just now. You guys are getting all types of sneak peeks today. Um, I might move back to my Battle of the Booktubers book for at least the first half of the sprint, but we shall see. So I will see you guys in an hour. Hello, friends, and welcome back from our last sprint. Let me know how you guys did. What did you accomplish today? What are you planning to do for the rest of today? I got to 86% in my Battle of the Booktubers book, which I know doesn't sound like a ton of progress, but it's a long book. It's like 900 pages, so getting 1% is an accomplishment. Um, and then I got a little bit further, or did I? I don't think I picked up Ancillary Justice. No, I didn't. Um, I contacted a couple of friends, got caught up on some Boxer messages. So that's what I did on that sprint. It's very chill. I don't know if you guys saw me at the very beginning of this sprint. I was battling with Andy. That was part of my sprint because he was bound and determined to lay on my lap, but I have on like swishy pants, which are one, they're new, and so I'm trying to keep them as new as possible. But he's currently got like a little snaggle claw that keeps getting stuck in things, and he has scratchers and stuff, but it just takes him a minute to work it out. And I know he would put a hole in these pants, and so I wasn't letting him on my lap. And he was sitting out here like headbutting me. Like he was like, "Nope, you're gonna let me lay on your lap." So I eventually put this blanket on my lap and he laid on me for about 30 minutes, but he was not going to give up. He every once in a while he'll do that where he gets something in his head and he's like, "No, this is happening. Like I don't care what you say." Little turd. Let's see what you guys got up to. Oh, I did see this on the sprint and this makes me very happy, Kirsten. I'm so glad that you liked it. I love that series. I need to reread it now that I finished The Tomb of Dragons. And I will say The Tomb of Dragons ends in such a way that that series is done. So that series of novellas, like it's Witness for the Dead, Grief of Stones, and then Tomb of Dragons. It's called The Cemeteries of Amalur, and that's done, but it's not to the point where I feel like the author couldn't pick the concept back up and go somewhere else with it. So I am I'm excited to continue with that author's works in general, but I want to go back and reread The Goblin Emperor and then all three of the little novellas. So I'm glad that you enjoyed it. And Witchy also joined us. So hello, Witchy. I hope you're doing well. Long time no see, friend. That was a Duolingo and chores for me. Wonderful. The rest of today is tackling the to-do list, maybe reading some more depending on prompt drops. Yeah, I think I will be sorry, I have a cat hair on my mouth. I need to go over to my dad's house or my parents' house and see my dad, and then I'm gonna come back and get some chores done. It's a good point. I need to be paying attention to prop drops, prompt drops. I'm probably not gonna finish Ancillary Justice before the next leg starts, but that's okay. It can just be, it can be a sightseeing prompt for another leg, um, but yeah, so much more to do today. I wish you luck on your to-do list. Read a little of Monsters and Mainframes. Yes, I saw that you commented that I think you said you were 60% into this book, and I am so excited to read this. I think it sounds great. You read of Monsters and Mainframes while watching your toddler. It didn't get very far though. Hey, that's no worries. Like as long as you're enjoying your read and you're having fun, doesn't matter. Andy wants what he wants. He does. And he's gonna let me know. Read 28 pages of Empire of Silence. It's so good. I really enjoyed it. So tell me, Mindy, have you read Name of the Wind by Patrick Rothfuss? Because I thought it was very fun to see kind of the nods to that storyline because Christopher Rucchio, I always pronounce his last name wrong, but he had said either in an interview or an article that I had read, and I think it might even be on the blurb on the back that part of that story is inspired by The Name of the Wind, which is why I picked it up in the first place. But I really liked how he did it because I've also read the first binding. I didn't finish it. I started the first binding and it was also inspired by The Name of the Wind, but I thought it was a straight ripoff. It just wasn't as good. Whereas I feel like Empire of Silence, you can see the nods to the story, but it definitely feels like it stands on its own 2 feet. And I really like the and I don't know, the story writing whenever you have a character who is telling you their life story from the future. I think it takes away some of the high stakes as far as, like, obviously that character survived, but you don't know what they survived. And I like the, kind of breaking of the fourth wall of them realizing, like, their stupidity in certain, choices that they make. I really liked that book. He's given me the full cuteness to get what he wants. Yep. Top tier cat behavior. Oh, yes, he knows. I felt so bad because I really was, like, bound and determined. I'm like, "You're gonna lay on my desk, like, there's enough room up here that you can lay here and you can still be next to me," and he just kept headbutting me, and I was like, "Little turd. Can't understand what's the difference about today." I know. Why are you rejecting him? It makes me so sad. It's so funny that you say that. So this book, it's the manga that has, like, people turning into cats, and if they cuddle you, you turn into a cat as well. One of the characters in there, it is so relatable because, like, they're, like, running from these cats because they don't wanna catch the epidemic or whatever and turn into cats themselves, but he is such a cat lover, and so, like, he does certain things, and he's constantly, like, feeling judged and feeling bad for doing this. He's like, "Don't hate me. I'm just doing this for my own good. I'm so sorry." And I was like, "I relate to that so much." I got 5 chapters into Immortality Thief, and I like it so far. Chapters are short and have page-turning style endings. I love that. I had to put it down to finish some things, but I'll continue later tonight. Amazing. I'm glad that it worked out. Prompt drops. Yep, totally did that. I sent my Father's Day present to my dad and texted him. He has ALS, so talking on the phone is hard, but I can't go see him today because my car is in for repairs. Oh no, that is boo. Well, at least, like, he's gonna get the present. And yeah, and texting, if that works better. He knows. He knows that you are thinking of him on the day, but that sucks that you can't go and see him. Oop, my comments jumped. I wanted to read of Monsters too. I almost bought it off the shelf. I I was really close as well. I really like the cover. I just think it looks so cool, and I just think I'm gonna love it. Read a few more pages and got some household cleaning done. Wonderful. Also, can't wait to see the final round at Battle of the Booktubers. You and Leander have been teasing it for a while now. I need to know. It's so fun, to kind of be in the know, especially because I know more than the competitors do, and so I have been, like, dropping things in the Discord for them to know. It's been very fun to see everyone's reaction and be like, "Why? Why are you giving us just, like, a little taste of what's happening?" I'm like, "Ha, ha, ha." Read The Name of the Wind earlier this year. Oh, wonderful. So I wonder if you see, like, the little nuances throughout that story. I just really like it. Highly recommend Monsters and Mainframes. I am having the best time reading it. I've been telling all my in real life book people to read it because I want to talk about it for 72 hours straight. I love books like that. It's different enough for sure. I didn't know, but that makes sense. Yeah, I don't know that I would have caught on had I not known ahead of time. And I was actually really excited about that one, and I was doubly excited for the first binding because I had heard the same things, but then when I read the first binding, I was like, "This feels like the same book." Like, I could literally guess, like, the plot points. I was gonna be like, "Okay, this is gonna happen next," and then lo and behold, it would happen next. I'm like, "Okay, this is what's gonna happen next," and someone would walk in and be like, "That's the bad guy." Like, you could kind of guess, and I was like, "This isn't like, I feel like this isn't an inspired story," and there's a whole bunch of people for that particular book that have, like, battled it out online about, like, certain people think that it is, like, its own book and stands on its own, and others don't, and I'm sure that there's people who feel the same way about, The Empire of Silence, but I just think that it's unique to itself, but you can definitely tell, like, his appreciation for the story that it's inspired by. You guys don't know. So Leandra and I talk pretty much every day, and this is one of the things that we talk about. Like it's gotten even like we've talked about it for a while because obviously Leandra has been in the championship round since the first season of Battle of the Booktubers. But now that the championship round is coming to a close, it's gotten like we just keep talking about all the different things that have happened. And um yesterday I dropped something in the Discord about one person, I'm not going to say who, but one person DNFing a book. And I just got a message, a Voxer message was like, a DNF, what? It's very fun. I know, it is good to hear. I'm excited. I just bought Monsters and Mainframes yesterday. It sounds so good. I really hope I love it as well. I do too. Scared to read the first binding because of all the discourse around it being too similar to The Name of the Wind. I want to know your opinion though. So I want to know, like, when you read it, if you feel actually, how long ago did you read The Name of the Wind, Kirsten? Because that might, I'm trying to think. It had been several years though since I'd read it too, so I don't know that it was because I read it in too close succession. And honestly, I read Empire of Silence closer to when I read Name of the Wind, so I don't think that's what it was. But yeah, I'll be interested in your opinion on if you think that it's too similar. Because I think the first binding has another book out. I think they've continued the series already. And I will be interested because, The Name of the Wind isn't finished. So if the first binding finishes the story arc, they're definitely going to have to be original because they're not going to know what the ending is. So I do find that curious. I just I couldn't get it. Like I literally went downstairs to talk to Brian after reading the first binding and was like, "Okay, I'm going to explain a plot to you and you're going to tell me what book it was." And he laughed at me because he doesn't read as much as I do. And he's like, "Well, how am I going to know?" And I'm like, "Oh, no, no. Just wait." And I explained like three things and he's like, "Are you rereading Name of the Wind?" And I was like, "Yep." That's not what I'm reading, but you would think. Battle of the Booktubers is all I think about. I need you to edit, Leandra. I know. I need to edit as well. I'm so close to the end of my last book, and then I will edit my first vlog because I want to do them in order. I don't know why. It's a mental block that I have, but as soon as I have this one done, it's off to the races, and I'll give you guys my videos as well. I've read Name of the Wind a couple of times. I've read it, I think, twice, two or three times at this point. And at this point, I'm done reading it until I get a third book because when the third book comes out, or when we get a release date on the third book, I'm going to start rereading the series because that's what I had to do I had to reread it for the second book. And then I don't remember if I got faked out or something, but I reread it a third time. I might have reread it before I read there's a little novella called The Silent Regard of Small Things, The Silent Regard of Slow Things, The Slow Regard of Silent Things, something like that. It's a little novella on the character Ari from The Name of the Wind, and I just really loved it. I know that it's not going to be everyone's cup of tea, but um, yeah, I've reread it a couple of times, and I refuse until I have a release date for the third book. Not intentionally torturing you all. You need to start sending it would be really funny, like, as you are editing your vlogs for you to put little sneak peeks in the Discord of things that they don't know yet because they haven't gotten to watch the video. That would be fantastic. Can't wait to see all the final videos about all the Booktuber Championship. It's gonna be really fun. I'm gonna it July is gonna be a good month. The Slow Regard of Silent Things. Thank you. I love that book. I thought it was so good, but I've had a couple of friends who were reading it and were like, "What is this?" And my husband, so he really likes, The Name of the Wind. It's one of his favorite books. But I gave him that one because I purchased it after I read it, and he was like, "No." He was not about it. So, I know it's not for everybody, but I really enjoyed it. Oh, yeah, it's let's just see. I was really mad because I have the 10-year anniversary edition of The Name of the Wind. So, The Name of the Wind came out in 2007, and The Wise Man's Fear came out in 2011. 16 years. Oop, or 14 years. 14 years. I'm doing math wrong. Um, but yeah, I was really mad because they have a 10th year anniversary edition for Name of the Wind, and it's I don't know if you can't see it in this frame. It's on the top shelf, but it's really pretty and has a lot of amazing artwork. And I thought they would do the same 10-year anniversary for The Wise Man's Fear, and they didn't. And I'm mad. Yes, just send little clips. I think it would be great. I don't have a huge urge to read The Name of the Wind, Game of Thrones, etc., and not having and lead on decades long wait is knocking them down for me. I started Game of Thrones and I DNF'd the series. I don't remember what book I got to, but I just got tired of it just felt very repetitive to me. The Name of the Wind, I would read again. I mean, I don't wanna read it until the 3rd one comes out, but it's got such beautiful writing. Um, that's the that's why I like Patrick Rothfuss. I do think obviously his world is really interesting, and I like the character of Quoth, but his writing is just amazing. And so out of those 2, I would definitely say if you're leaning more towards reading one versus the other, Name of the Wind would be the one. But I also understand like waiting until the entire series is published and then reading it if it tickles your fancy. Heard of the First Running is similar to The Name of the Wind, and a few people even liked it more. Yeah, I have heard that, so I plan on trying it once it gets completed for sure. Well, I'd love to know your opinion after you read it, whether or not you think that it's like too similar or if you like the connections. Green Rider's been going since the late 90s, but it's consistent. A book about every 4 years, chunky ones. And that's fine. Like I like if it's reliable, I feel like that's good, and I understand I'm not getting mad at the authors, like, I'm not mad at Rothfuss for not having published the 3rd book, um, because I know, like, life happens, and you especially if it's your baby, like, I feel almost at this point that he's having a hard time writing because he knows that people's expectations are so high, so I get it. Like I'm not upset at the authors, but it is hard as a reader to really hype something up and like be excited about something when you know you have to wait so long uh to get to it. So, but I mean that's impressive to continue a series from the 90s. I wonder if there's an end in sight, like if the author knows what the end is or if they're just you'll have to tell us, Tennille, because I know you've been reading that for a while. Are the books definitely, like do they feel like they're all headed towards the same conclusion, or does it feel like they're kind of weaving and wobbling? Because I wonder if the author knows where the end is supposed to be. I read the first Game of Thrones book and loved it, but I refuse to go any further if it's just gonna never get finished. I understand. Totally understand. I got to book 2 of the Game of Thrones before I DNF'd the series. It was just a lot and didn't really move the plot forward very much. Yeah, agreed. Oh, you read the first Game of Thrones book. No worries. I mean, do people want a crap book or no book? I mean, I'd rather have no book, to be honest, because if the 3rd book comes out and it's disappointing, that would break my heart. Whereas just not having a book, I can at least imagine that it would be fantastic in the end, but that's a personal opinion. The books feel very cohesive, but I don't know, where the end would fit. If it could fall if it could be the fall release or it could be a decade, who knows? That's really interesting, though. Kind of keeps you engaged. It's a complex story, but accessible, not convoluted. That's so fun. I love that, and I love that they're all chunky books. So fun. Well, friends, that is all from me today. I am gonna head off and go over to my parents' house, for a little bit, and then I'll be back home. I'd rather have no book. The sequel of The Isle of Gods broke my spirit. Oh, I love the first book so much. I know when you read the second one, I was like, I was so sad for you. Those are almost the books that you wanna, like, delete from your memory and just be like, "I'll just live with not knowing how it ends. I'll just make up the ending myself." That was so sad. But I hope that you guys have a good rest of your weekend. Take care of yourselves, get some reading done, drink some water. Um, and yeah, thanks for hanging out with me today. I really appreciate it. Yeah, thanks for being here. It was fun, very helpful for you because you got to pick your immortal thief. I hope that the book continues to work out for you. And yeah, I hope you guys have a good rest of your day. Yeah, thanks for being here, Jen. I appreciate you guys. Well, have a good rest of your day, guys. I'll see you somewhere on the Bookiverse. Bye.